Hello, Mr. DJ. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ah. All right. In fact, yesterday we did not have a good setting at all because there were gaps and it wasn't picture worthy at all. So please, my ushers, kindly arrange us so that we can have a good setting. That would be better. But yesterday wasn't fun at all. So please, if where you are sitting, with the exception of the front line, in fact, the column at the front, the rest we can move and then fill all the gaps so that those who come late will rather be at the back. So please, let's do that. I know you will do it. And please, there's another announcement. Now, we are making good use of the water. You can see the stands. Feel free and use any of them. There are caps on them, so you can feel free and use them. So please, I'm sure you heard what I said earlier. Can we do that now? Something just came to mind. That's why I'm laughing. My students, they will be at the back. When you tell them to come back, they will move one step and then still wait whether somebody will come in. Thank you very much. All right, so we will start in no time. I think we will start at exactly 9:30. Thank you. entrance, but then use the side door, and you don't have your tag, you can now move out and pick a tag. Maybe if today is your first time here and you've not gone through the process, you can do that and pick your tag. Thank you. Good morning once again. Please, can I have your attention? Good morning once again. All right, thank you very much. Please, the announcement, I'm repeating it. I'm told you need to check in at the entrance before you sit. So those who have been here since yesterday and they haven't checked in officially before they sat, kindly do that, please. All right, so I welcome you to day 2 of this very important conference. And yesterday we had a lot of things to study. There were a lot of study that has already gone into what we are looking at and we had the opportunity to ask most questions. We got the opportunity to also contribute to what is ongoing. And today is not an exception. We are going to continue today's program. But before we go into the main program for today, as a way of recap, I will invite Madam Tasumba Sia, who is a senior initiative manager at We Define and We Connect, BRAC Institute of Governance and Development. She previously worked at DAI and FHI 360 and Startup Dhaka, focusing on digital tools, financial inclusion, and entrepreneurship. Tasumba holds an executive MBA from North-South University and a bachelor's in economics from BRAC University. Please, let's acknowledge the presence of Tasumba with a round of applause as she does the recap for us.
Hi, good morning everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of Access to Agency, Empowering Women Through Digital Inclusion. It's been so special seeing this event come to life here in Accra. And as Dr. Imran mentioned or reminded us yesterday, that this isn't only a one-off conference for us. It's a part of BIGD's bigger effort to build stronger partnerships across the Global South. And day 1 really showed us the power of that. We started with very strong remarks, and Madam Sadia, speaking on behalf of Ghana's Ministry of Gender, reminded us why gender needs to be a central part of the digital policy. We then heard from Dean Carlin, who gave a keynote, and that really made us think. He said, targeting and good intentions are not just enough. Just because something is built for women, it doesn't mean that it will reach to them or it will help them. As he puts it, 3 clicks to a loan, it is very exciting, but it's also very scary. He reminded us that we need the right kind of research, the research that shows not just what works, but why and for whom. We then had Kim Cole, who walked us through We Define and We Connect, two of our research initiatives that doesn't only support research studies, but it also goes beyond and tries to find more inclusive ways of how we are doing this research. We then had a session on measurement, and a question really stuck with me. What are we really trying to learn? It reminded us that how we measure women's empowerment, it matters. Yes, it does. But why are we measuring it in the first place? We then had a panel on from measurement to impact that brought researchers and policymakers into the same room, and we talked about how we can turn these data into actionable insights that could really work in the world. We then heard from Madam Esther from MasterCard Foundation, and her keynote that really hit home. She reminded us that digital literacy isn't just about knowing how to use a phone. It's about knowing why we are using the phone and what that usage means. So how do you stay safe? How do you move money around? What are the risks? She also said that trainings must happen in places where women feel more comfortable. So for example, schools, clinics, community groups. And she also pushed us to keep things simple, making it easier for women to open accounts. And she emphasized on how we should stop doing pilots over and over again. And this is the time when we scale up things that matter, like things that are proven, and we actually focus on scaling them up. She said something that I think I will carry with me from this conference. Design must start with her, design must keep her at the center, and design must end with her. We ended the day with a very strong session on women's usage of smartphones. And the message from that session was very clear. The women who face the biggest challenges are the ones who benefit from the most from the digital access. But access, as we know it, is still tied to bigger issues like norms, literacy, education, and income. The research showed that smartphone gap is smaller in places where gender equality is more stronger. So the big question for all of us is how do we design digital tools and policies when we know women are already starting with less? And of course, no digital event is complete without a little tech hiccup. So yes, we had our moment with the display, but that was, for me at least, it was like a reminder that even digital empowerment has its own buffering moments. Behind every session yesterday was a team, our team, both IPA and BIGD, working very hard to create a space for honest and practical conversations. And today, we build on that with sessions focusing on policy, scaling up good ideas, and making sure that digital inclusion works in real life. So thank you for being here with us. Let's begin day 2.
Thank you very much for reminding us of what we did yesterday. Today, our keynote speaker is here, and this is a man with a lot of, he's done a lot when it comes to academia, and then in our economic issues as far as the country is concerned. I'm so privileged to introduce such a big man. And in fact, this is the first time I'm meeting him. And I'm glad seeing him today. I introduce to you Emeritus Professor Ernest Aite. He is an Emeritus Professor of Development Economics at the Institute of Statistical, Social, and Economic Research at the only university in Ghana, that is University of Ghana. He served as Secretary General of the African Research Universities Alliance from 2016 to 2024 and was the Vice Chancellor of the University in Ghana, University of Ghana, from 2010 to 2016. Prof. Aite was the inaugural director of the Africa Growth Initiative at the Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C. His research focuses on development economics, with particular interest in institutions and their roles in development, regional integration, economic reforms, financial systems that support development, and small enterprise development. He is well known for his work on informal finance and microfinance in Africa, and has consulted for numerous international agencies on a range of development and political economy issues. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we acknowledge the presence of Professor Ernest Aite?
Thank you very, very much for your very generous introduction. I'm very pleased that I allowed myself to be arm-twisted to come here. I met Imran a couple of weeks ago in Arusha, and during the coffee break, he came to me and said, we are having this event in Accra, and I would like you to come and deliver, talk to us. And I said, I'm an old man. I've stopped talking just like that. You know, when you're an old man, before you talk, you have to reflect and reflect and reflect. And these days, I don't have that time for it. I like to wake up in the morning and see what's in my garden, and then deal with the garden issues, and then think about what I'm going to have for lunch. And now I'm here, instead of walking around my garden, I'm addressing all these very serious people. Anyway, thank you very much for inviting me. I had prepared some PowerPoint slides that I was going to share with you. Upon reflection, and having seen what you did yesterday, I thought twice not to be too academic, so I'm not going to share that with you. But I will talk about what is in there and more, reflecting on what I've seen, what I've heard about your event. Yesterday, I received email from Dean Carlin. I didn't know he was coming. And Dean said to me, "Where are you?" "I'm here, and you're not here." And I didn't respond because I didn't know how to explain to him that I was asked to come today, not yesterday. I would have loved to meet Dean Carlin yesterday and then catch up on the past. In today's keynote address, there are three main things I want to talk about. The first point is to emphasize the need for us to ensure that effective research uptake requires a partnership between researchers and policymakers. That's the very first point that I like to make. There will be no uptake of the research in the manner or at the scale that we would like if there's no partnership between the researchers and the policymakers. Even if there was research uptake, it will be minimal. It will be minimal and may not yield the outcomes that we are looking for. That's the very first point I make. The second point is that researchers must strive to overcome all hurdles associated with translating research findings into policy action. As researchers, we have 1,000 excuses not to make the effort because we all know policymakers, they don't listen to anything. That's the impression that we've had over the years. That's the experience we've had over the years. But it's our responsibility to overcome these excuses, whether it's financial, whether it's technical, overcome these and make sure that we are on the same page with the policymakers. And now when I talk about policymakers, I'm not talking about the people sitting at the Ministry of Finance or the Ministry of Food and Agriculture or the Ministry of Trade and Industry. I'm talking about anybody who has some influence on the decisions made that affect us. They can be civil society, and they can be the private sector. So long as a result of what we do as researchers, they should be interested, are often interested in taking it and acting on it. They become what I would call, in a very generic sense, policymakers. It's our job to do that. And another reason why it becomes important for doing it is today, as researchers, we know that those who fund the research have become even more interested in the policy engagement associated with what they are funding. So it's in our interest as researchers to ensure that we are able to make a solid case to potential funders. And how we do it is something that we're talking about. And finally, my third major point is that good communication skills, digital skills, negotiation, and advocacy skills are needed to enhance the translation of our research findings into actionable policy. So the way we communicate what we have learned as researchers is very important. In the past, when I was a young man, when we talked about research, it meant that from Easter, I will go to the field. We can go to Tichima, we can go to Wa, we can go to Ho, and do some field work, believing strongly that this is of import to the way we do agricultural policy in this country. And so once we publish it, or once we issue some document from ISA, we expected policymakers to pick that and run with it. Today, we know better. There are many people trying to influence the policymaker, some of them for personal reasons or selfish reasons, some for reasons that may be more likely to be genuine and interesting and useful. So there's a competition for ideas. The policymaker has so many different sources of information, and our responsibility to ensure that we communicate the proper thing to him or her, to ensure that the research that we do does find a place in the way policy is made, the decisions that are taken to ensure that our development is properly enhanced. So, having said made these 3 points, I'll be talking about why researchers should care about policy. I'll be talking about channels for translating these insights into actual policy. I'll talk about the skills required, the challenges we are likely to face, and then what I think the way forward should be for us. By way of introduction, so you've been discussing in this conference digital inclusion, how to create access for women. So I talk about the fact that digital inclusion is important for driving gender equality. It's very, very important. It creates the environment for women to access opportunities and fully participate in society. In the last 2-3 decades, the biggest change that has occurred in our world, whether in the global north or in the global south, has been how we use technology to communicate, how we use technology to learn, and how we use technology to impart knowledge. That has been the biggest thing that has happened. If you were to talk to any researcher, any student, any professor, anywhere, the biggest difference between being a professor today and a professor 40 years ago when I began is the fact that technology allows you to do many, many more things than would have been possible 40 years ago. So how do we ensure that in using the technology, in using the digital options available to us, women are not left behind? Once they miss the boat on the digital front, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to catch up in any other front. So that's an important reason why digital inclusion must be properly chased. So there are many things that will affect their access to digital material. In our part of the world, internet access is very, very important. So we need to overcome that challenge. We need to do, if we don't do it, the cost to them in accessing the technology, the cost to them in accessing finance becomes prohibitive. And so it's our responsibility to ensure. If we don't do that, socio-cultural norms would continue to stand in their way. Through digital means, women and indeed the poor will have access to information that will improve on their perspectives, that will improve on the way they understand the world, that will improve on their access to information that is going to change their options. So it's very, very important that we take steps to deal with the obstacles that come in their way. Digital inclusion gives women the opportunity to develop innovative research skills. It allows them, not just the women who are going to use the skills for accessing finance or other things, but also researchers. The digital skills will allow researchers to better understand women, and even better when the researchers themselves are women. So how do we use the technology available to us to open doors for more and more women to get into research? One of the things I like about IPA is the fact that over the years, since Dean and friends started, I've seen more and more women especially African and Asian women, get involved in the type of research that we do or we need. That, for me, is a very, very important thing. I started my career writing about susu collectors. That was in the 80s, when it was not fashionable, when no serious economist wrote about susu. I did. But, so I was talking to market women at Salaga Market, Makola Market, Kumasi, Asafo Market, Takrady, and so on. I spent a lot of my time talking to women. The women used to wonder why a big man like you spend your time talking to us about susu. So I'm saying this because there was a need to develop trust. Trust between the researcher and the person being studied. There was a strong need. Today, as a result of more and more women studying these things, we are able to break that divide. And it will be even better if we can use technical skills to make that possible. We've spent, and we continue to spend, lots and lots of money on research, even though we don't do nearly enough in Africa. The amount of money going into research is increasing around the world. In Africa, it's growing only very slowly. But even the little research that we do, we don't find it being used by our governments. And they always have an excuse. Oh, it is not good enough. Or there's a better one coming from the US, or there's a better one coming from Europe, and so on. So we do have an obligation to ourselves and to our people to ensure that governments have access to what we provide. And one excuse they often have is that the relevance of the work we are doing is not so obvious. I always caution you, if you do research that is well planted, you do research that is well grounded in what we are about here, the likelihood of anybody saying it is not good enough, it's not relevant to what we are seeking to do will be reduced. Today, we know that many Africans seeking to do research are doing it because they've heard that there's money for it. They are doing it because they have heard that donors or funding agencies are interested in a particular topic. They are not doing it because they have seen the essence of doing that particular. They've gone to the website of Ford Foundation or Rockefeller or MasterCard and have seen that they are interested in something. And so they tailor make a proposal that would fit in there. It's not always that the research coming out is relevant for Ghanaian development or Nigerian development or Bangladeshi development. No, not always. So it's our responsibility to ensure that we change the narrative, that we do research that reflects our own experiences, our own lived experiences. I began work on susu collectors because I grew up seeing them at the Tuesday market in Mamprobi. How many of you know the Tuesday market in Mamprobi? Yeah, that's where I grew up in Kolegon. So I saw them every day. I saw them deal with the women. And I saw them go to the bank from the market. And I was wondering, so when I became an economist, I wondered, how come women can't borrow money when they need it for their businesses? And the banks will tell you, they don't have this, they don't have that, we don't have enough information about them. But the susu collector who brings the money to you every day has all the information about these women. So why don't you link up with him? It made sense. It took me 20 years trying to convince banks in Ghana to do something about it. They didn't do it until microfinance became a big thing, and then you get the women's wealth banking chasing you. How do we get women? It's about time we make the world understand that our lived experience should be the one driving the research that we do, and not what their money dictates. Not what their money dictates. I know that the IPA may not be too comfortable with that because a lot of the discussion about what type of research to do does not take place here. I'm saying this because I want us to own it. If we are going to talk about building equitable partnerships in doing research and ensuring that the policy outcomes are meaningful and well used, it must begin from what type of research we are going to do. And that research, the type of research, is going to be driven by our own lived experiences, what we saw as children, how we grew up, and the things we experienced. We all had mothers who tried to make a living one way or the other. What kind of challenge did they face? How does that affect our own education? How does that affect our upbringing? How does that today reflect on the way we think about policy? Whether it's agriculture, whether it's in housing, whether it's in industrial transformation. How does that experience reflect in all of that? So, I talk about the need for us to have greater equity in doing this. For us as Ghanaian researchers, for us as Nigerian researchers, to own the research that we are undertaking. That the research is something that reflects our own interests. And when we do own it, it becomes easier to convince the policymaker, because that policymaker also grew up in the same environment. That policymaker also saw the challenges of poverty and understood. The difference between you and him or her is that you have made it a business to delve deeper and deeper with more rigorous approaches into understanding it. And through your experiences from doing the research, and look at how others have delved into that problem and dealt with it, you are able to offer solutions that could benefit your society. And so ownership of the research is important. It's important for developing equitable partnerships. So after we have owned it, then what? After we've owned it, it should reflect in the research questions we ask. It should reflect in the way we do the research. When we take young people to the field to conduct, do various surveys, the approach that we use in engaging poor farmers, male and female, should be reflective of this ownership. We should be doing this in a manner that reflects their own influence, their own interests in the research outcomes. So we don't do research that simply reflects our interests, but not those of the stakeholders. That's one point that I always like to make when I address young researchers. So, equitable partnerships, what do they mean? I've said at the beginning that if we want the work we do to be taken up in a reasonable manner by policymakers, there must be an equitable partnership. Equitable partnerships mean for me, and I believe also for many in this business, that we own the story together. So it's not just me owning it, but I make you a part of that story, and you own it with me. Many African universities are there, and their researchers are there, and they will receive email from a colleague at Manchester University, or Liverpool, or Harvard, or Northwestern, saying, I have a grant from USAID to do work next YZ. Are you interested in partnering with me to do it? And very likely you say, oh, yes, I'll be very happy to do it with you. Why are you saying you are very happy? One, it may be that the theme of the research is of relevance to your own work, and so you want to do it. But in many, many cases, you want to do it because there's a few $1,000s attached to it. And so I'm not being judgmental. I've done it many times myself. Today, if the MC said that I was very, I did work that everybody wanted to, but they paid me for it. So we allow these other interests to drive the type of research that we are doing. And I'm saying that let's roll it back. Let's go to them and say, I have money, I have this idea, and I need money to do the research. So let's take it together to find the money to do it. And so we are changing the narrative and how the funders operate. I was very, very happy when one of the young women that I mentored at Legon came to me 2 years ago and said, Prof, I have this idea which I want to push. But the idea requires a lot of funding. And I don't believe that I have the kind of stature to be able to convince a major funding agency to put money into it. So I'm looking for a good researcher in the UK, because the money that we are looking for must come from the UK. I'm looking for a good researcher from the UK to partner with me to do this. I said, wow, this is what I've been dreaming about for years. So I led this young woman to a very good friend of mine who is very well established, very well respected in the UK. I said, can you work with this young man on the theme? And he said, I said, look, let's do this experiment. You work with her. She will do all the work. All you need is your name anyway. And grudgingly, he agreed. They got a huge grant which allowed them to put resources into the University of Ghana and also into his university. So it was a win-win thing. They ended up with a publication that I see being cited all over the place. So the young woman won, the British professor also won, and the work is being used not only in Ghana, but I've seen it being used all over the place. That's the kind of future I'm looking for. That's the kind of work that appeals to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture in Ghana, because they've seen, as not just a Ghanaian woman doing it, by working with a highly respected British professor who is known to have done a lot of work in this area. So they take it more seriously. Of course, when the World Bank sees this kind of thing, they take it also even more seriously. But that's how I expect and I hope that our young women researchers will approach. So when it comes to grantsmanship, Mr. MC, when I'm talking, I don't often look at the time. So when you think I should stop, tell me and I'll be. How many more minutes do you want me to continue? Sorry? 10 minutes. Oh, no problem. So one area that I like to emphasize is grant. How do we use our knowledge and our pursuit of equal partnerships to enhance our grantsmanship? So the example I gave you, this young woman has improved on her capacity to earn grants. He says 10, you say 5. This young woman, okay, so we'll do 7. So this young woman has improved. And I'm so happy that since that introduction 2 years ago, she has gone on to win many more, well, a few more bigger grants. And so her grantsmanship skills have been enhanced. She's now better known around the world. And that's how I would like to see young African researchers look at the future. How do I make myself more and more competitive in the grants area? The second thing is public benefit. We don't want our research to stay on the shelves. We don't want to be known only for writing this or for writing that. I want to be known for using our writing to change things, for using the things that we know to make better policies. I said to you that I did work on informal finance many years ago. At a time that nobody cared, nobody wrote. We persisted. Today, I'm able to claim that many of the things that we do about microfinance came out of those things. They came out of those things. So we are able to change the world with our research. That's how we should be. And the public benefit is there for all to see. It strengthens reputation. I've shown you with the example that I gave. And then it fulfills academic mission. The young woman that I mentioned is now a professor. You know, she's one of the youngest professors that today you have. Many, many years ago, to become a professor at the University of Ghana, by the time you go there, you'd be about 50 something. Now you go there, there are all these 39-year-olds, 40-year-olds, and so on, because the world has changed, because they are using digital skills much more effectively than was possible in my time. When I became a professor at 42, everybody, hey, small boy, small boy. You know, today there are many, many more people there, both men and women, who are doing that. How do we engage with policymakers? I don't know how many of you know about the International Growth Center. The International Growth Center is an initiative of the UK government through what used to be the DFID and now FCDO. One of the approaches to developing the IGC was to ensure that all the research being done was done in partnership with policy institutions in Africa and Asia, South Asia. It was a good experiment in the sense that it forced the researchers right from the beginning to ask the right questions, talking to officials of the ministries of agriculture, education, health, etc., etc. But it's a very, very expensive thing. It is a very, very expensive venture. I was associated with IGC for many years, so I know how much money went into it. The question is, can African researchers use the same principle where the work that you do is a reflection of your collaboration with your policymakers right from the beginning? I talk about ownership and so on. What it means is that if you are at ISA and you are thinking about doing work on digital finance, engaging from the beginning with the policymakers, so asking the right questions. So doing that kind of thing in a very structured way. There's a steering committee for the project, and on that steering committee you have representatives from civil society, from government, from the private sector. That's how we do it these days. And that's how you ensure that you are engaging with policymakers. I also am associated with the African Economic Research Consortium, AERC. One of the things we used to do in the good old days was when we've done some good work for a long time, let's say on trade policy, they will organize what we call the senior policy seminar. They will bring all the trade ministers and directors of trade and so on to a workshop in Nairobi or in Kampala or in Accra, and then share with them the research from different countries and how it, they come because you are giving them a free ticket to come to Nairobi. They come because you pay per diem and all these things. But they're not really interested in what you are saying. How do we change that and localize it? How do we make the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture in Ghana, very much a part of what we are doing? We can do this by having these steering committees, by having these coordination mechanisms where they are part of it. So, you require communication skills, you require digital data skills, you require an awareness of the context. These are things that you need in order to. Networking is very, very important. Being able to network with others is crucial. It's important that if you are doing work on digital finance in Ghana, that you are properly networked with other Africans doing similar work, and also network with others in other parts of the world. Being a part of a network of African researchers helps you to be able to negotiate much, much better. If you are in a network which enhances the numbers and so on, it makes it more likely that others will listen to you because all of you in the network are saying the same thing. That's very important. So there's a need for us to, as working with our government, to overcome the challenges that go with bringing policy or making policy that is based on good research. We've got to invest in the research activities themselves. We've got to enhance on the motivation for academics. We've got to think about the misinterpretation of research findings. We've got to think about access to quality data. I'm very happy with respect to this one that in the last decade, access to data in Africa has improved significantly, thanks to things like IPA and other initiatives. Today, access to data about how the poor live their lives, what they do, and so on, has changed. And digital skills have been a part of that story. The use of new technologies have been the driving force behind this. And the fact that donors or funding agencies were willing to put money into it. So, in terms of moving forward, I talk about the need for us to intensify research, for us to do more and more research. When about 10 years ago, Africa contributed only about 1.5% of all the global knowledge on everything, various things. In the last decade, it has increased considerably, so we are doing more than 3% now. But it's not at all enough. We want to intensify the research that we do. We in Ghana, we in Nigeria, everywhere in Africa, need to do more and more research that is well-grounded along the lines that I've discussed. Internships allow young people to be exposed. Teaching with the right curricula at the universities is important. And showing our young researchers how to pursue grantsmanship is important. Strengthening the infrastructure. I see Peter Kote is in the room, and ISA today has become the place where social science research is probably well structured, best structured. It has taken many years of enhancing the infrastructure, training people and so on. So that investment is very, very important. Building capacity and then ensuring that people are willing to work across disciplines. If you are an economist and you want to understand finance, finance for women, finance for the poor, you are not going to find all the right tools for pursuing that simply relied on economics. Being able to work with sociologists is important. Being able to work with geographers is very crucial. Being able to work with agriculturists is even better. So learning to work across disciplines is very, very important in this. And the final point I make is when you become experienced, when you become acknowledged globally or regionally as the expert in this area or that area, the best thing that you can leave is to begin to mentor other people, to show other young people that this is the best way to do it. If we don't, all the knowledge that we acquire will one day go with us. Thank you very much.
Let's give it to him once again. All right, thank you so much, Prof. We have learned a lot this morning, especially we, the young researchers. We have a long way to go. But then, as Prof said, the grant is necessary too. Yeah. So don't be perturbed that you don't have to work with that grant. Hey, when you get it, go for it, Papa. So I'm sure we are all going for it so that we can do something that will impact our immediate environment. It's not like because there is a grant and it's not going to be of help, then we still jump on it. But we should do something that will benefit our nation and then our immediate environment. Thank you very much, Prof, for the insight. All right, we'll move on to our next presentation. And this is going to be done by 3 people. We already have 2 joining us virtually. And then another person will be in-house to do the presentation. But then we have our chair for that session. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Ernestina Denchi, Dr. Ernestina Denchi. She's a senior research fellow at the Center for Social Policy Studies, University of Ghana. Oh, please. With a PhD in migration studies from the University of Ghana and over a decade of experience. Her work focuses on poverty reduction, health, education, and gender equality, driven by a commitment to social justice and community impact. Doc, please, you take your seat. Let's acknowledge her again. So there's going to be a presentation on technology and women's work. So Doc, please, you introduce your presenters. Thank you very much.
Hello. All right. So good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I am happy to be here, and I'm happy to be chairing this session, the first set of presentations for today's session. And I am happy to invite my presenters. Two of them, we've been told, are joining us virtually. So I am going to present them, introduce them, and the one who is here in person will come up and sit with me. My first presenter is Rico Begerman. I hope I presented the name right. He's from ID Insight, sorry. So it's Biko Begerman, ID Insight, and Terry Muntahari. So they are both from ID Insight. Rico and Terry are from ID Insight, and they will be presenting on women in gig platform driving, descriptive evidence from India and Indonesia. My second presenter is Victor Kolo. He's from the Institute for Work and Family Integration. He'll be presenting on empowering women domestic workers, qualitative investigation on the impact of DFS and women's economic empowerment in Nigeria. My third presenter, so there are two presenters for this session. Yes. So are they both online? So there are three presenters. Two have two authors, and then the second presentation is by a single author. So if any of them are in here, could you join me up here? All right, you must be Victor. So at this time, I am going to invite Rico and Terry for their presentation. Each presenter has 15 minutes for presentation, and I'm a very accurate timekeeper, so please stick to your 15 minutes. We won't do Q&A, we'll take both presentations, and after that, we'll take your questions. So please stay tuned, I'm sure it will be worth your while. Rico and Terry, let me know when you are ready, and I'll set my timer.
Yeah, hi, Ernest. We're here and we're ready. Give me 10 seconds to be able to share my screen with all of you. Um, can you all see my screen now?
Can see it online, but not sure if everyone can see it in the room. Ernestina, could someone confirm if the screen is visible?
It is now, Rico. You can go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. I hope I'm audible as I'm not able to see the Zoom interface. Okay, no, we're fine. Give me a second. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Terry Mutahari. You can all call me Terry. I'm joining from Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm a manager at ID Insight. Today, I'm presenting this with Rico, who is an associate director based in Johannesburg, South Africa. Um, just a little bit of introduction about ID Insight. So we are a global research advisory and data analytics organization. We have been helping various stakeholders from government, private entities, and also philanthropies across regions. Given the time limitation, if you have any questions about our work, want to get to know us even further, feel free to reach out to me and Rico. So the presentation today would be about our descriptive study in India and Indonesia about the phenomenon of digital labor platforms. And I think it's important for me to be able to to acknowledge the previous studies on women on gig work platform and the existing body of knowledge. So there are two important insights from the previous studies that we can learn. Number one, there is an opportunity of digital labor platforms for women because it is the platform works offers flexibility for women. However, in the current literatures, there is a limited rigorous empirical evidence about the experience of female gig work in the platforms in comparison to their male counterpart. And in the past research also have limitations in terms of small and also unrepresentative samples. What I want to highlight in these slides is that from previous research, we know that despite the promise of flexibility, platform work also oftentimes mirror the gender equalities that we found in conventional work. So for instance, women still experience barriers to participate in platform work because they're limited access to capitals to secure motorcycle if they want to do two-wheeler delivery work through these platforms. Most importantly, I think the third point here is that even if in scenarios where women are able to participate in digital platform work, usually structural issues still persist. So for instance, women are unable to optimally work in the platform during peak hours because they need to bear the burden of domestic responsibilities in comparison of less domestic responsibilities of their male counterparts. Against this backdrop, we are aiming to contribute to this body of knowledge by conducting a large-scale descriptive study and to be able to precisely compare the experience of male and female drivers in gig work platform. This was enabled by our partnership with two prominent platforms in India and Indonesia, where we are able to leverage the platform population data in our sampling exercise to do a comprehensive font surveys to be able to dissect various aspects of working in the driving platform economy. So in terms of sampling and sample sizes, as you can see here in the slides, both in India and Indonesia, we carried out random sampling for male and female two-wheeler drivers in two different in one platform for each country. So in Indonesia, we managed to randomly sample around 13,000 drivers, and in Indonesia, we managed to sample around almost 7,000 drivers. And then in terms of the number of survey completed, we managed to complete surveys of around 2,500 in India, with 400 of them are women. And then in Indonesia, we're able to complete surveys to almost 900 women drivers in that work in the platform. We also need to mention here that all estimates that we presented here are adjusted for sampling and response rates with weights. Okay, so in terms of the population that we're working with for this descriptive study, this is an overview of the population data that we receive from the platform. In column 1 to column 4 here, as you can see, and in panel A in regards to driving patterns, we can see that female drivers in India engage in full-time arrangement of this platform work the lowest in comparison to male drivers in India, but also in comparison to male and female drivers in Indonesia. In panel B, in regards to driver service types or the types of services that the drivers can do through the platform, there are interesting differences between male and female drivers in Indonesia, where female drivers are less likely to do ride-hailing services, taking passengers from one point to another. Higher proportion of female drivers are engaging this work and offering services for food delivery, as there are several safety concerns that female drivers need to unfortunately engage on in their day-to-day work in these platforms. What are the challenges? These are some excerpts from our qualitative interviews from female drivers in Indonesia. There are several incidents of male passengers moving forward closer to the female drivers, which are very unfortunate. And then there are also cases where the passengers are don't believe in the driving skills of the women drivers, so they are offering the women drivers to take the wheel of the motorcycle. So in regards to the surveyed sample that we are able to reach both in Indonesia and India, we are able to identify several similarities and differences. So in India and Indonesia, both female drivers are older compared to their male counterparts. In terms of characteristics of the households, we can see that in India, women they enter workforce after they having children. So female drivers in India are more likely to enter to have children compared to their male counterparts. Whereas in Indonesia, we can see here the female drivers are less likely to be married or have children. One interesting finding that we found from the survey is also in regards to education. So in Indonesia, we found that female drivers are more educated than their male counterparts. And there are several hypotheses that can explain this phenomenon. Two of those is, number one, there are limited professional opportunities for women with higher education in Indonesia. But also, it's possible that female drivers have high preference for the flexibility offered by platform work. In terms of student proportion in both countries, the interesting point that we are able to find through our survey is the fact that there are significant portion of drivers who are student, especially men, but this is not the case in Indonesia. One hypothesis that we have is that for drivers in India, this type of works can serve as a transitory jobs before they find a more long-term employment opportunities. One interesting question that we are trying to answer through this descriptive study is to identify the employment history of the drivers, especially female drivers, before they join platform work. And as you can see here in panel A in Indonesia, male drivers are more likely to have engaged in formal employment before they participate in platform work. In other types of employment, as you can see here, both in India and Indonesia, women are more likely to run businesses before they join platform work, which suggests reliance on informal employment among female workers. But also the proportion of female drivers who are unemployed before they join platform work is also higher compared to their male counterpart in both contexts. So after we try to identify the history of employment of the drivers in these two countries, specifically for India, because the rich administrative data that we're able to gather from platform, which includes compensation data and work hours data, we're able to analyze or compare the gender differences of productivity, the productivity based on gender between the male drivers and also the female drivers. Essentially, what we're doing here, we want to compare the productivity metrics between female and male drivers who work in the same neighborhood on the same week and also during the same time of the day. So based on this exercise, we're able to gather very, very interesting evidence here. So as you can see here in column 1 to column 6, we see that male drivers, they have 3% higher utilization rate compared to female drivers. However, they do fewer deliveries per hour compared to female drivers. At the same time, they are able to earn higher in terms of earnings per delivery or gross earnings per hour. We don't have any definitive explanation on this, but possible explanation that we can propose is that women in India, they take shorter distance order, which are less lucrative, probably because they don't want to leave their neighborhoods for safety concerns. And also, this is a little bit of note here that it's possible that these differences you see here in blue box can be, are influenced by the different days of the week that male and female drivers choose to drive or to take orders on. Because the limitation of administrative data, we don't have granularity of per day compensation and work hours. That's why we're unable to roll this out. After that, we can now proceed with the comparison of gross and net income between female drivers and male drivers, both in Indonesia and India. As you can see here in yellow box, the gross earning among female drivers is higher in comparison to the female drivers in Indonesia. And it's also important here to see that net earnings per hour in India, it's not so different, and this is not statistically significant. But in Indonesia, we can see that male drivers, they're able to secure 31% more income in comparison to their female counterparts. So several hypotheses that we have for this is that number one, as you can see here in the green boxes, female drivers to be able to secure the motorcycle that they use for the platform work, they are entering a borrowing terms that are not preferable to them because they have less because they have a poorer credit history compared to male drivers. There's also factors of higher parking expenses among female drivers in Indonesia that contributes to less amount of net income because they need to find safer places with higher parking fees. So after all of these findings, what are the conclusions here? We can see that platform earnings are higher in India. And it needs to be said that Indonesian women or female drivers in Indonesia are experiencing tangible disadvantages and challenges in platform work despite the promise of flexibility. So just to highlight several points here, there are self-reported cases of customer discrimination is higher in Indonesia compared to India. The female drivers in Indonesia also reported more unsafe situations compared to in India. And there are also reported cases of respect by customers in Indonesia compared to India. Last but not least, so in our survey in India and Indonesia, after we asked the female drivers about their experience and their earnings on the platform, we tried to ask female drivers on suggestions that they would like to propose to the platforms to improve their experience when they're working on the platform. So the first theme of suggestions is to improve safety. The first one is to be able to implement smaller driving radius to avoid driving in unfamiliar areas. However, as pointed out here in the slide, this may also reduce gross earnings between genders if shorter distance order are more profitable. So in Indonesia, there are 55% of female drivers that reported this, and 22% in India suggested this as one of the solutions. And there are also other solutions such as assign female passengers to only female drivers. Mainly, this is in Indonesia of around 55% of female drivers that we surveyed. And both in India and Indonesia are demanding or suggesting more facilities for women drivers to be able to safely wait for orders in female-friendly waiting areas. And for sure, one of the most important recommendation here from the female drivers that we surveyed is that earnings are too low, especially in Indonesia, where 22% of women in Indonesia reported this, compared to only 5% in India. All right. I think that's all. That's almost 15 minutes done from us at ID Insight. Thank you.
Actually, you went over, yeah, about 30 seconds, but thank you. That was really good. And thank you for your insightful presentation. It's quite telling the differences between the two contests especially in the case of Indonesia, where safety and gender discrimination is still a big deal when it comes to women accessing technology. So thank you. Please keep your questions. We'll take the second presentation, and then we'll get back to Victor, Terry, and Riku for questions. So at this point, thank you, Terry and Riku. I'd like to invite Victor upstage as he presents on empowering women domestic workers, qualitative investigation on the impact of DFS on women's economic empowerment in Nigeria. You have 15 minutes and it starts now.
All right. So my name is Victor Kulo, and I'm making this presentation on behalf of colleagues at the Institute for Work and Family Integration and our collaborators at the Lagos Business School of the Pan-Atlantic University. This qualitative investigation into the impact of DFS on women economic empowerment was generously funded by BRAC, and we appreciate them for their generosity. Yes, so this is the presentation outline. Let's go to the next slide, please, because of time. So by way of conceptual clarification, domestic work simply refers to work that is performed in households or for a group of households. And then a domestic worker is any person who is in an employment relationship within household settings. And so we may want to also ask, who then is a woman domestic worker? A woman domestic worker is a domestic worker that is of the female gender, that is somebody's wife, maybe a mother, a sister, engaged in domestic work, basically. Next slide. So this slide gives us an idea of statistics globally. 76% of domestic workers are women, meaning that domestic work provides or constitutes a major means of livelihood for women, and that about 10 million domestic workers are bound in Africa. That's a lot. Livelihoods. Domestic work also provides livelihood for 75.6 million people who are aged 15. So as we shall see over the course of this work, although there are people outside the legal socioeconomic age bracket for the Nigerian workforce, our focus is for women who are aged 15 and 60, between 15 and 60. So these 10 million people generally, apart from the social situation of women, which makes them more vulnerable and all of that, by virtue of their socio-demographic characteristics, are usually voiceless. They're usually poor because they also have low education for most of them and low incomes, of course. they are poor and powerless, and that's why we talk about economic empowerment for them. So one of my major takeaway from yesterday's sessions, which corroborates the findings of our study, is that mobile phone ownership is a gateway to digital finance access today. And so it is interesting to note then that 63% of Africans, only 63% of Africans own mobile phones, and just about 37% of them have access to the internet. So we can see that there is also a gender dimension to mobile phone ownership and, of course, DFS access. More interesting is the fact that women are 8% less likely than their male counterparts to own mobile phones. So we talked about the gender norms yesterday and how women who are believed to be properties, okay, can also own a property like a mobile phone. All right, next slide, please. So it is based on this that this study sought to investigate the mechanisms by which DFS can economically empower women, and not just women, but women domestic workers who contribute so much to national productivity, directly or indirectly, but are on the fringe of society. They are under-rewarded, they are exploited, some of them are abused, and all of that. So these are the research questions. I think we just proceed to the next slide. Now, methodology. The design of this study was exploratory in nature, and it's a purely qualitative study. 40 in-depth interviews were conducted with women domestic workers who met the following criteria for inclusion. The study was carried out in the southwest of Nigeria. The south of Nigeria is the place we generally know as Yoruba land, including the notorious Lagos. Yeah, so that's the southwest of Nigeria. So this study was carried out in urban centers, precisely state capitals where you have higher number of women domestic workers. And so you see the figures there. The interesting thing about southwest Nigeria is the fact that although we talk about patriarchy, we found that patriarchy is actually a matter of degree. It is more concentrated in certain social contexts, sociocultural contexts than others. In southwestern Nigeria, the Yorubas are the most educated group in Nigeria. And then the issue of dual ownership for household income is also very, very high. You find Yoruba women in the market. They own houses. Some of them are millionaires, some are industrialists, and all of that. So women actually, engage in productive workforce. They are part of Nigeria's productive workforce in the southwest of Nigeria, unlike some other regions where, women are usually restricted to the domestic sphere and all of that. Okay, so next slide. These are some of the selected socio-demographic characteristics of our study participants. I just want to mention that we find that people at the lower age group constitute the bulk of women domestic workers that were engaged for this study, followed by people aged 40 to 49. And these are the different types of domestic work arrangement that was found. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, so the analysis of qualitative data elicited from this study identified three major themes by which dimension we're able to establish a nexus between phone ownership, DFS access, and women economic empowerment. We actually proposed a model which will be seen in the next slide. The model has been published, and I think it's also available on the BRAC website. So the first theme that emerged from our analysis is about financial privacy and independence. We were able to establish that this is a very important component of women economic empowerment. And we see the first excerpt there talking about if my money is in the account, no one will know. Okay, that's about financial privacy. And that also helps decision making about what to do with the money. And then the second excerpt is talking about seeing my own money in my own account gives me joy and a sense of independence. You know, so this is also on a light note about mental health. Money enhances the mental health of women. So, and everybody, not just women. So we may call it vitamin M, vitamin money. All right. So, and then the next theme is about confidence, financial confidence and agency. And then we see somebody talking about mobile money in the online bank. Mobile money among the women domestic workers, because they are not all that educated, is called the online bank. So he said, in the online bank, I know my money is in a safe place. Nothing can happen to it. So unlike findings from some studies that were carried out around Ghana, where Mama was talking about banks, stealing. That was the word she used yesterday. Stealing people's money and using it to pay their staff. Mobile banks in Nigeria do not charge for service. Banks like MoneyPoint, Kuda, and that is what most of these women use. So they say in the online bank, I know my money is safe. Nothing, it won't reduce, and all of that. Then this second person is saying, I can make payment through transfers for goods and services. So the interesting thing about this is that in Nigeria today, most ATM banks do not have money. They don't dispense cash. So I don't know what the situation is in Ghana, but we resort to POS where people pay. They pay so much, and that is a kind of leakage that undermines their economic power. But when they do this transfer, remember they are mostly in the urban areas, and so the infrastructure is fairly available in terms of internet and the rest. So, but when they make this, it saves them from paying the POS. Next slide, please. And so this last but not the least theme is about financial security. The first excerpt there is the report of one of the interviewees who did not have a personal account prior to this study. She didn't have a personal account, and somebody had to pay her remuneration into someone else's account. But the other person did not give her the money at the end of the day. So, but now that she has a personal account, she's able to get the money directly into her own account. And then finally, the second excerpt is saying, if my money is in the bank, I know that it is in a safe place. Nothing can happen to it except I go and touch it. This is about control. About control. Thank you. Next slide. So beyond the directly financial or economic empowerment, we were also able to find that mobile phone ownership, especially when supported by internet access, is able to enhance the kind of skill, the kind of capacity that women domestic workers are able to deploy in carrying out their work. Some of them are able to learn new skills of stain remover. Washing, cleaning is one of the major things that women domestic workers do. So they were able to acquire new skills, new methods of doing things, maybe through YouTube and the rest, for some of them that are really curious to learn. And then this is also about somebody who is better able to, it's about the ease of life, able to transfer money to our children in the university through the online bank. Next slide. So this is the model that we were able to come up with. It establishes the nexus between mobile phone ownership, digital finance, access, and then women economic empowerment. We are simply saying that when people own mobile phones, they already are the gateway. They already have the gateway to owning transaction accounts, and then they are also able to access government loans, directly access their personal money, receive and send money, what we commonly call transfer, and then they are also able to save and invest. It must be noted that for most of these women, maybe by virtue of their social demographic category, they may not have the capacity to use all of these services. And that is where the issue of financial coaching, DFS coaching may also come in, as we'll be talking about when we get to the policy. And then so the argument is that when we're able to access DFS, empowerment becomes guaranteed. And these four dimensions constitute our concept of women economic empowerment: security, financial independence, financial privacy, and financial agency. Next slide, please. So on the policy implication, I'm happy to announce that the Nigerian government in March this year, I think they passed a bill on protecting women domestic workers, because these are also a kind of endangered species. I mentioned some of the abuses, exploitation, and all of those things. However, that bill did not address the issue of digital financial inclusion. So it is important to formalize women domestic work using the high-elo, and then women women in informal economy, globalizing and organizing models. They have models, to support digital financial inclusion. So it's good to look into that. And then I already mentioned financial coaching. This is part of the DFS literacy and then cybersecurity protections that we talked about earlier. So it is also good to explore public-private partnership strategies to encourage mobile phone ownership. Empowerment is not a gift that you give to somebody. We said it yesterday, but we can reduce the bottlenecks to mobile phone ownership among these women. And then finally, to make it more inclusive, there's a need to invest in ICT infrastructure, especially in the rural areas, DFS, fintech, research, and programming. Thank you very much. This is my conclusion.
Thank you very much, our presenters, for keeping to time. So you used exactly, in fact, you spared us some 20 seconds. So thank you so much. So thank you, Victor, for your insightful presentation. Terry and Rico online, can they hear me? Thank you. So
Yes.
Thank you. What we have sought to do in this session is to explore work that is being done that tells us how digital financial or digital technology is presenting new opportunities for women's labor participation, and to also unravel emerging challenges, particularly around women, ensuring women's safety. And I believe that the two presentations have done some justice to this. In the first presentation, it was refreshing to know that in their sample, there were at least about 30% of women that were taking advantage of digital platforms to enter into the labor force or transition from one part of the labor force to the other. So with this, we are going to open up the session for question and answers. We want to, now that we know what is happening, we want some actionable steps moving on from here, because we don't want just a group of women to, only a particular sector or population of women to enjoy the digital platform. We may end up reinforcing inequalities even among women folk, because we know that not all women are not a homogeneous group, and not all women have access to digital technologies. And even when they do, they are also heightening socio-cultural or socio-economic challenges or barriers that they have to scale to be able to use them. So while we are happy to know from both studies that women are taking advantage of mobile phone ownership and internet and digital platforms, we also want to live here thinking about how this can be equitably spread or distributed among all the populations of women. So would like our conversations to consider these. But for now, we want to ask some questions. We want to allow for questions for our presenters. Once you are up, please tell us your name and your organization. We want to keep a record of participants that are asking questions. So I'll start with Professor Peter Quartier. His hand is up. We'll take 3 questions and then allow the presenters to answer, then we'll do another round. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
I'm happy to see, talking of women empowerment, how Ernestina has been empowered. The young MA student I knew has now become a big woman. Yeah, my question goes to Victor. You know, in qualitative studies, you speak about saturation point. Basically to do with your sample size, speak about saturation point. However, I see that in Lagos, you sampled only 10 people. The population of Lagos is 16 to 20 million. So I'm just concerned about your sampling, the coverage of your study. I don't know why you limited your sample to just 10 in Lagos, and you were able to draw inferences from that, yes. But nevertheless, I think you have a very interesting study, except that your sampling is something I'm not too convinced. Perhaps you can explain to us why you have such a limited sample size. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Are there any more questions for our presenters? Yes, there's a question, please. So we'll take 3 questions and then we'll come back.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I will take this opportunity again to thank the presenter.
Would you kindly mention your
My
name and
name
where?
is Lydia Sasu with Development Action Association. We are working in rural areas. My question goes to Professor Aipe. She presented so much on how they do the research. And I would like to know whether he talked about the reflection or how when they do the research, how it reflects. May I know what those you use for the research, do you go back to them to explain, let them be happy of their time that they spent with you, and then they know where you are going, so that that can improve the work that they are doing to get to the stage that you are going? May I know that? Because when we were in Agric, we were taught the researcher and then the policy, the farmer is left behind. You do it on top of us. And we have been always saying that you have to include us, and then the result include us, and then we also will be happy. We are farmers, so we are with you. Please, let me hear from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. There is a 3rd question, and then we'll allow the presenters and Prof to respond to the questions.
Hi, my name is Smith. My question is for Rico and Terry. So, one thing we saw was kind of fraction of women slightly lower in India compared to Indonesia. So, in your conclusion, when you say kind of, you see the people responding, reporting better work environment for women, is that the extrinsic margin difference is like selection effect that is affecting your results or not? Just would like to know more.
Okay. You didn't tell what's your name and where you are coming from?
Smith. I work with Good Business Lab, and I'm coming from India.
All right. Thank you very much, Smith. So we will allow the presenters, first Victor, then Rico, and then we'll allow Prof to respond to Lydia's question. So Victor.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. The question is about saturation, how we came to determine 10. How we came to limit the study population to 10. First, I want to note that the study area was actually southwestern Nigeria, and the sample size that we purposively, set out to include in the study was more than this 40 that we reported here. But it was the same saturation. By the time we started, we getting, we stopped getting any further novel information, that we realized that we had reached saturation, and that was how we pegged it at 10. Also to note that the hallmark of qualitative research, Prof, you agree with me, is about depth, context, contextual depth, and not necessarily generalization as we have it in the case of survey. So that's my response to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you. Rico and Terry, would you respond to Smith's question?
Yes, I can try to answer the question first. So thank you for the question, Smith. So as part of the sampling strategy for the survey, we also consider stratification strategies. So for instance, in India, we are making sure that the sampling is representative to the 17 states and regions in India. And in Indonesia, we're also using similar strategies of proportionally sampling all the drivers from all the operating districts of the platform that we're working with. So during the sampling process, we are making sure that the sample is representative to different regions and contexts of where the platform is working on. And second of all, in our analysis of the experience of women drivers in Indonesia specifically, we try to do a sense check whether this experience are exclusively reported by women who only do ride-hailing services through the platform, or you know, there is differences between women who do only ride-hailing and women who do only food delivery services. And we found that there is similarities in terms of the challenges that is reported, even though we try to break down the analysis based on the types of services that women or female gig workers in Indonesia are doing. So I guess that is a long way to say that we are trying our best to minimize the sampling bias by doing those exercises. So we are confident that these are tangible and real challenges that women across different locations and from different characteristics of age as well are reporting in their day-to-day work and gig work platform.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Prof. Prof. Aite.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Yes. No, I think you asked a very, very important question. Back in the day, when we finished our studies, we used to organize what we call the dissemination workshops. I don't know whether they are still done, but they're very expensive. And I believe that if they are not being done, it's largely because of the expense associated with it. But we used to have, as part of the budget for every study, every survey that we did, a dissemination workshop. And at the workshop, you have the opportunity to meet with the farmers, the households, the market women, and so on that you studied. It's very expensive, but it's worth doing. It gives them a chance to see what came out of the information they gave you, what you've done with it. It also empowers them. If they have to deal with the district assembly, they have something that they can stand on and have their debates and so on. Today, I look at the kinds of things that I hear being done at the assemblies based on very little research. It would be very good to see our researchers link up with their respondents, link up with those studied, and link up with local government entities and so on, to ensure that whatever is taking place, whether in agriculture, in health, in education, in infrastructure development, there is something that is driven by the research that has been done in the area. You're from Agric, or you were with Agric? You were with Agric, yeah. So you saw many of these things done. Yes, I know Apara, yes. Yeah. Excellent.
small scale, there's two groups. The women,
Yeah.
give them for about 6 months, so many months, they go and come. I did one with FAO. You go and come, and you get the result. And at the end, you put them in. And it's something that I'm always making sure that if you use me, you put me in.
Thank you. That's woman power right there. Thank you so much. And we will take the next set of questions. Yes, there's a hand here. Please mention your name and your organization.
My name is Miracle Ndego from University of Ghana, Biomedical Engineering.
Okay.
I wanted to ask, I thank them so much for their presentation. I noticed they focused a lot about on the riders and delivery services.
Okay.
Also want to understand if their research in the future will also consider women on other gig platforms like Upwork, Fiverr, virtual assistant roles as well.
All right, thank you. So that's to take Riku and Terry. Any more? We'll take 2 questions and then we'll come back. There's a hand over there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Alex Amwa. I'm with Saint Ghana. Yes, I have a couple of questions. The first one will be a build-up on what Prof. Aite said regarding the sample size allocation. He tried to find out how you got to a saturation point.
Oh, so that's Prof. Corte.
Yeah, Prof. Corte, yes.
Yes,
So
okay.
I want to find out how you did the allocation to the various states.
Mm-hmm.
Then the second one will be, what is the difference between the financial independence and financial security, as you have in the chart?
Mm-hmm.
Then, yes. And then also, what sampling technique did you use in sampling these respondents? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping your questions brief. I'll take a last question. Yes, yes, ma'am.
My name is Sylvia, Social Ghana Enterprise.
Sylvia.
Jere.
Jere, okay.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
My question is, how do I ensure my own personal bias does not reflect in my research?
Okay, so who would you ask this to? Which of the presenters is it going to?
Anyone can.
All right, okay. So I believe in their responses to the other questions, they will touch on this. And we also have some questions we want to ask. Oh, okay, let me allow them to answer, and then I'll start with the next round. So Victor, do you want to answer your questions, and then?
Yes. So thank you very much. You didn't mention your name.
Who?
But I think
Alex.
Yes,
Alex
Alex.
Samoa.
Okay, okay. So the question about allocation of study participants, I want to begin by noting that qualitative research uses non-probability sampling techniques, okay? So, meaning that participants are not given fair chances of being selected, okay? It is unlike quantitative research, where you have formulae for determining sample size and the rest. Qualitative is a lot flexible and gives room for your creativity, your discretion as a researcher, because it's assumed that you are an expert, you know. And okay, so on the specific methods of determining the sample, that's the study participants, we used a combination of purposive, snowballing, and we also did some convenience sampling, you know, considering security and other exigencies. You know what the state of affairs is in Nigeria. All right. So then on financial independence and agency, financial independence is majorly about autonomy. You know, autonomy not further, I mean autonomy which further undermines the role of patriarchy in limiting these women, okay, especially in the area of decision. Decision is very, very key. And then for financial agency is about financial security. So
yeah.
there are two dimensions to it. One is about the safety of the money that is saved in the bank, that is kept in the bank. And then the other is more long-term than that one. They have a sense of security. You know, jokingly, I talked about mental health. You have your money in the bank, your vitamin M in the bank, and then it's giving you joy, like the participant said. I hope that answers your question. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Rico and Terry, there was a question for you.
Yeah, I can take those two questions. The first one was around the focus on two-wheeler delivery platforms and whether we consider other types of platforms in the future. The short answer is definitely yes. We are in conversations with platforms who offer domestic work through their platforms, as well as kind of conversations with platforms that kind of focused on AI-related work. So there's definitely interest in scope, including kind of specifically targeting platforms that also have a higher share of women on their platforms, both within ID Insights research, but we're also in a current wave of subgranting to other researchers, where we have also received a bunch of interesting proposals that have a strong gender lens, including on platforms that are not delivery platforms. And then on the second question, I think Sylvia asked about personal bias reflecting in our own research. I mean, I think in any research, this remains a risk that I think researchers constantly need to be mindful of. I think some of the strategies that we're using to address this, one is triangulation wherever possible between quantitative, qualitative, but on the quantitative side also, we had access to administrative data from the platform, so looking both at administrative data and the survey data. The second, I guess, is having multiple researchers involved in the analysis. And within this also having, in all our studies, teammates from the countries that the research was being conducted in, involved in analysis. And then I guess the last point I would make is, especially with qualitative research, to try and preserve as much as possible the voice and original kind of words of the participants as we kind of share the results or analyze the results. So those would be kind of a couple of strategies that aim to minimize at least the risk of personal bias affecting the interpretation of results.
Thank you very much. I have been notified that our time is up, but I want to use my microphone privileges to ask a question that for both presenters, since this session or this whole workshop or conference is about empowering women, I know your studies are, Rico and Terry said they were purely descriptive, so maybe there'll be another level of analysis, and yours is also very exploratory. But could you show us in your small sample size and that of Terry and Rico how this access to digital platform is empowering these women? In what ways are the empowerments manifesting? Is the autonomy in decision-making at home? Are they engaging in public decision-making? How is this changing their lives? Because beyond the beauty of seeing that they are accessing these services, we want to see what this is doing to them. So if you could just spend a few minutes to tell us, and yours is an in-depth, so maybe you know how this is empowering these women and how it's manifesting. Secondly, I want to ask the power or the role. What would be the role of mentoring or coaching for these women who are experiencing this novel way of participation in the labor market? Did you find out that beyond the other barriers that they have or other ways that they can maximize this? Did you find the role or the role of mentoring in making this all the more easier and profitable for the women? So these two questions. Any one of you can go first.
Yeah. Okay, so since I'm here, I think I just go first. So the first question on how
these women are feeling empowered, empowerment, and how is the empowerment manifesting? In what ways?
Okay, so the first thing is that there's usually this tension about technology acceptance in our society. I think the bulk of African societies, and considering the level of education of most of these women, they ordinarily would have phobia for this. But the mere fact that they're able to own phone and independently carry out basic economic transactions gives them some sense of fulfillment. That is one level of empowerment on its own. Now, beyond that is the fact that the women are also able to block certain leakages. You know, they were talking about how banks, let me use that word again, steal, you know, people's money and use it to pay their banks. You know, the mobile microfinance bank, the online banks that we have in Nigeria, they don't do that. So that helps them block some leakages that would ordinarily have constituted expenditure for them. They're also able to do other things that makes their life easier, like transferring money to people without having to travel in a security fragile, you know, environment and all of that. Then they're also able to save. Some of them are better able to save their money in the bank. The issue of security. They have privacy, they have money in the bank. Nobody has access to it apart from them. Unlike the traditional PG bank, they keep money under the pillow. Yeah. Somebody goes, a naughty boy or girl goes to take the money and then blow it up. So that is one area. Yeah. Yes. Then on the role of mentoring, digital financial services is a very broad, has a broad spectrum of services. What these women are using at the moment are the basic opportunities that are bound there. There are opportunities for loan, like PiggyVest. You can keep money in PiggyVest and then you get, but they don't know these things yet. They don't know these things yet. Then the area of cybersecurity too, cyber financial security, if you like. It's also important to mentor them, and that, I'm sure, would also increase their trust and, of course, acceptance. So we can, talking about mentoring, we can even, we may want to introduce a train-the-trainer, you know, thing, so that women in similar social situations train their counterparts in other social situations. And finally, I want to just note that this study on women domestic workers has findings that are also, that may be applicable to other aspects of the informal economy.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. Terry and Rico, quickly.
Yeah, maybe I can jump in. So for the empowerment question, I think there are two indicators of empowerment that we can see from the participation of women in digital platform work. Number one, our descriptive evidence in India and Indonesia pinpoints to the fact that these types of jobs offer women alternative employment rather in informal sector, because many of them are still coming from unemployment situation. So these new employment opportunities are enabling women to be able to have additional income for their families, and juggling between domestic responsibilities and trying to find additional income. The second thing is that this is not part of our presentation today, but there's also this digital platform enables women greater access to financial inclusion in terms of access to digital money and also access to bank accounts, because these are needed today for their day-to-day transactions in this platform work. For last questions about mentoring, I think and from the evidence that we found in Indonesia, mentoring on the ground between female drivers are happening through collectives. So female drivers who just join platform work are able to learn about the challenges and strategies on, you know, driving in this platform, because they are able to receive mentoring from other experienced female drivers in their local collectives. I think Rico will have something more to add here. Rico, feel free.
Yeah, thanks, Terry. Maybe just to add on the empowering question, I think 2 points. One is, especially on delivery platforms, these platforms are extremely male-dominated. So, you know, there's this kind of small percentage of women entering this kind of work and type of income or livelihoods in itself is already challenging a lot of kind of gender stereotypes and gender norms. It was very interesting to see that for the women participating on these platforms, families in general have been very supportive of women doing this work. The other thing I would say from the qualitative insights, I think women mentioned that they appreciated not having a boss and that they're kind of their own boss and have that flexibility also in kind of determining when they are comfortable to work, when they have time to work, etc., to do this according to their own terms rather than kind of following a fixed schedule. And then on the role of mentoring, maybe one thing to add, and it echoes what Terry said, but I think one of the kind of takeaways that we had is in terms of increasing participation of women in the digital platform, having some sort of buddy system with women who are already on platforms to kind of encourage and recruit women from their social network to also enter the gig economy might be a way to kind of lower that entry bar, so to say, of entering the digital economy.
Thank you very much. We would like to say a very big thank you to our presenters, Rico Bergerman and Terry Muthahari. We want to say thank you to Victor Kolo for your insightful presentations and for responding to our questions as best as you could. You have given us food for thought. We will still continue in our various circles as we have snack to talk about the presentation, discuss and see how best this can be inure to the benefit of all women and not just a group of women. So please, can we put our hands together for our presenters? And would like to thank you all for being such engaging guest participants and for your questions. Thank you all. I think we have earned our snack break. Thank you and see you back after snack.
Thanks,
Thank you, Ernest.
All right, thank you very much, Doc. We are doing 20 minutes for the snack break, so we can go and take it now. Thank you. 20 minutes. Please time up. Kindly take your seats as we move on to the next session. After this session, we are going to have a group picture before we move out for lunch. Please, ushers, kindly usher them to their seats, please. All right, so we have another session, and this is going to be a presentation. And this has to do with technology and women's work. This session is going to be chaired by Mr. Elijah Kichumba. Elijah Kichumba is a research fellow at BIGD, BRAC University, and working on the We Connect and We Define initiatives. He's completing a PhD in economics at Trinity College, Dublin, focusing on youth upskilling and disability inclusion. Elijah holds an MSc in quantitative economics and a BSc in applied statistics. With 8 years of development research experience in East Africa, his work focuses on household economics, gender, and labor, and has been published in peer-reviewed journals. Ladies and gentlemen, let's acknowledge the presence of our brother, Elijah Kichumba. So Elijah is going to introduce his presenters. By the way, we have one doing virtual and then the tool in-house. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. The chair is a bit not friendly for my height. Yep.
Sorry. Our our main speaker, the keynote speaker, want to take leave of us, but we want him in the group picture. So instead of taking the picture after this, we are rather doing it before. So we are all going to assemble here. Please direct us as to how we should go about it so that Prof can leave. So please, can we all come out so that let's come to the front. Photo. At a point in time, I thought we were writing names of talkers because everybody was quiet. I don't know whether when we speak, we will see ourselves in the picture like there will be noise in the picture. All right, thank you very much, Prof. So Elijah takes over.
Thanks, everyone. We will now directly head to our next session. We'll spend about an hour. We'll have 3 presenters, then each taking 15 minutes, and we'll have later on a Q&A session that will follow. Our first presenter is Eswada Sedu, who is a development economist and a senior lecturer at University of Ghana. Edward is a JPAL affiliated researcher and a former postdoctoral fellow at University of Passau, and also a visiting professor at University of Antwerp. And his research focuses on development economics and finance migration, behavioral economics, and impact evaluations. Please, Edward, if you could join us. Round of applause for Edward. You can come over and sit here. Our second presenter is Smith Gade from Good Business Lab. And Smith is a director of data and research at Good Business Lab, where he oversees field-based and data-based research projects at the Good Business Lab. Smith holds an MPhil in economics from the University of Oxford and focuses on applied econometrics and development economics. Please join me in welcoming Smith over here. And lastly, we will have Laura Purdue, who is a visiting assistant professor at University of Princeton and an associate professor at Columbia Business School. Her research is in development, organizational, and economics, and labor economics, and she explores how global supply chains and labor institutions impacts farms and workers. She holds a PhD from UC Berkeley and a research affiliate at NBR, BRAC, CPR, and IZA, JPAL, as well as IGC, and is a lead academic in Bangladesh. So first we will have Edward, please, you have 15 minutes. And I think you can, yeah. I have to go there. Yeah.
Elijah, do you have the pointer? Okay. All right, so thank you so much for inviting me for this presentation. I am going to present on female entrepreneurship and professional networks. I'll just give a quick background to how this project all started. So in 2020, when the COVID hit, we were sitting at home bored, and then we thought of working, trying to understand why a lot of female businesses were shutting down. So the news item was that a lot of female businesses were closing, and for us, as researchers, we wanted to have a good understanding why that was happening. And we chanced on a news item that there was a company or a grant for female businesses. So we called them up and said that we wanted to evaluate the grant. We were very ambitious that we were going to evaluate the grant, but it ended up that they were giving only 10 grants. So it lacked power for us to estimate impact. So we began to investigate the literature to get a better sense of what the other issues are. And that brought us to this paper, which we call Female Entrepreneurship and Professional Networks. What is the motivation for this paper? Okay, so a lot of if you take Sub-Saharan Africa, a lot of businesses are owned by women. For Ghana's case, it's over 46%. So a lot of women are involved in businesses, but what we tend to find is that these businesses are smaller in size. They tend to be less profitable, close to 40% lower profits than male-owned businesses, and that is a big issue. And if you dig a little bit deeper into it, there are a number of reasons for this lower profitability, a bunch of information relating to access to finance is a challenge for a lot of female businesses. But one of the challenges which have not been analyzed in detail is networking. Right? And the challenge is that a lot of women are involved in household activities. And so if I'm going to network with a man in Kumasi or a woman in Kumasi, how do I leave my family to go and network? Right? So professional networks among female businesses is very small. And if you dig a little bit deeper into the data, you realize that a lot of the networks are informal. So a female business is partnering a cousin, or the owner is partnering a cousin or a sister or a brother, but they are not in these proper structured networks where you can leverage to grow your business. So that is one of the motivation for this paper. So in this paper, we try to see how can we bridge this gap, keeping in mind that female businesses cannot leave their businesses. Myself, I have a pilot in Kumasi, and bringing female businesses together is one of the hectic tasks to do because they are sending their children to school, they have to pick them up, so you cannot get them into training. So that we began to think through how to solve this problem. So if you look at the literature generally, there are a lot of pointers. So we've seen that there are gender differences in professional networks. We see that it's very clear. A man can leave and go for a conference, network with other people, build connections, get grants in, but not so much for female businesses. So professional networks and inter-firm relationships are very key. And we leverage some of the evidence in the literature on these networks. So these are, as I said, female businesses are more likely to rely on friends and relatives, and so there are potential for networking. The next slide, please. So if you look at the paper by Sidao and Sidel 2017, it gives us a good blueprint for the potential of networking in driving profitability or business growth. And this paper, basically, they rely on the Chinese firms, and they are all men. And what they did was that they have a treatment group and a control group. And the treatment group, they bring the Chinese businessmen together every week or 2 weeks to talk. Okay, so they nudge collaboration, talk to each other, and then they find impact on collaborations and firm growth. Okay, I'll show you their estimates compared to what we find. So the evidence is very strong for male businesses, but for female businesses, very little is known. So this gave us a good entry point for what we try to do going forward. So I've listed a lot of the constraints, credit constraints, social norms that inhibit interpersonal, but we cannot mirror that research linearly. So that is the challenge, because here it's in-person networks that they do. We cannot do in-person with huge number of female businesses. So we leverage the digital platforms to see whether digital platforms can help. I'm going to explain a little bit about our design, and then I'll go into what we find. I have 15 minutes, so I'll be open to all the questions that you have after that. So our big question is, can access to online networking opportunities drive business performance and increase business collaborations? Okay, so from our theory of change point of view, if we bring them together, they learn from each other, they come up with businesses, they network, and we see some in our data. Some combine to buy inputs together or make joint purchase or sales. Okay, so that is what we thought of doing. So that is our big research question. What is our study design? As I said, we called the fund up and said that we wanted to evaluate, but we had to take the 10 who won the award out. And then we used the existing data We called up all the firms. So during the pandemic, we were calling them up. And then we called all these people. So we had in all about 1,771 female businesses across the country. So because it's online, they apply to the grant from all over the place. Our sample is a bit special in the sense that those who can apply are educated people. Right? It's special. And that also heightens the impact of our research, because even if educated women cannot collaborate, then it's a bigger problem. Right? So on the higher bound, you expect like they could scale these bottlenecks in collaboration, but then that is not the case. So here, if the data on collaboration is very low, some have not even thought about collaboration as an option in trying to drive their growth. So these are growth-oriented businesses. There's a bit of self-selection because they applied, but we use all those who applied, and then we split them into treatment and control. They have good education. 39% had college education. So that's why I mean that it's an elite group, but collaboration is very low. From all regions of Ghana and all sectors. I will show you a bit of the sectorial distribution, and then I'll go into the intervention, the treatment themselves. Yes. So what we do is that we take the 1,771 and we split them into 2 treatments and a control. Okay. And the 2 treatment, the first treatment is what we initially thought of, which is bridging the gap for networking. So provide women with networking opportunity through WhatsApp groups. So what we did was that we grouped the women 8 per in a group on a WhatsApp page. Okay, so we have 8 people on a WhatsApp page. And then we induced kind of like a speed dating or coffee shop kind of meeting. So every week you talk to one person in that network, right? So you pay. Every week you rotate and you call one person, how's your business doing? But on the platforms, the women are supposed to put what they do on the platforms. So there are pictures of what they do, videos, which nudges, people are putting packaging, new packaging that they've done. I'm exporting a new product, you paste it there. So that is the basic structure. So we have the coffee chats, one-on-one meetings, and we put a directory of all the 1,771 people on their page. Okay, so you have a directory of everybody. You know where they reside, and you also know what they do, their products. We see collaborations. Somebody is processing corn in maize in Accra, and is collaborating with somebody in Brongahaf. We see this type of collaboration or joint export, or those tailored seamstress, they join to buy cloth in bulk. So that's the basic treatment. We have about 704 people in that. And then we have treatment number 2. And treatment number 2, we add a legal component to the network. And when I say the legal component, what we do is that we get a lawyer to design videos about contracts. Because if you look at the literature, one of the bottlenecks is that the legal framework is not very friendly to female businesses. Okay, so we get somebody who designs, if you are doing a contract, this is what you should look out for, and they can call the person for guidance. So that is what we put on here. Every week there is a series of videos that we put on. Then we have a pure control. They didn't get anything. Okay, so, and we track this over time. These are the sectorial distribution. You can see retail, a bit of manufacturing is also high. We have services, all manner of sectors across the country. Okay. Now, this is a typical business. Okay, so these are businesses, they send to the supermarket, they package soap. This is soap and shea butter processing and packaging. Okay, we have several of them like this. So this is how our life have evolved over the past 4 or 5 years. We started in 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, and then in 2021, we gave the intervention to the treatment groups. We did a 1-year follow-up, so we went back to do a follow-up to see how their lives have changed. And then we got a paper out, but everybody's asking long-term impacts. So in that case, we spent the next 2 years of our lives trying to do qualitative interviews to better understand what we are finding. And then last year, end of last year, we did a 3-year follow-up just to see what happens to the group. Especially, we wanted to see organically, if you leave the groups and you don't monitor, what happens. Okay, because, I mean, for scale-up, you cannot baby the groups, right? but it also raises the question, how do we keep the groups together, right? So that is the basic framework. I'm going to go through some of the findings. 5 minutes, okay. I'm going to go through some of the findings quickly, and then I will be open to take some questions. So this is what we find. We find that for business innovation, those in treatment 1 and 2 tend to have higher innovations than the control group, okay? So they are learning how different businesses are running, packaging, and the innovation, we break them down into different types of innovation. I can go through a few of them. Next. So you can see that any change in business, any change to the business, we see significant effect for networking and legal. New or improved products. Have they come up with a new product or an improved product? We also see significant effect, very high effect. New or improved processing, how you do things. Have you changed how you do things? We also see huge effect in the networking groups and also the legal arm. And then new marketing or selling channels. So we wanted to better understand what is actually changing on the platforms. Okay. Enter new markets. Now you know somebody who is selling to a supermarket, and then you find out how they do it. So we see that there's a significant effect also on entering into new markets. So collaborations do work, or networking can improve outcomes in terms of innovation. But innovation is just like an intermediate step for us. Okay. The goal is that when you innovate, it will trigger some profitability, which will reduce household level poverty or some outcome. Okay. So this gives you an example. Next slide. I will skip some of these slides just to stay within time. New pricing, we find effects, how people price their products. We see effect. Changes in hiring or motivating workers. Changes to relationships with suppliers. People now learn soft skills about how to work with suppliers. New business registration, we didn't find any effects. They didn't create new businesses, but they just tried to grow the businesses that they had. And then we have building connections with entrepreneurs. We have very strong effects that they are building connections. Let me move to next. There are a bunch of other findings. The interesting one is improved products. New, I think I've mentioned some of them. Next one. Next slide. And then we have the index. Weirdly, use of internet was lower, we can't explain. Entrance into new markets, input sourcing at lower cost, we see that they are sourcing inputs at lower cost. Next slide. So this is, in terms of business, so this is innovation. They have done new things, but how have they changed their processes, their business practices? And we have the practice, we have marketing index, we have buying, stock control, bookkeeping, I can see from here, the last financial planning index, okay? And the effect we see with the networking is stronger for financial planning. Like, the financial planning improved. Those who were on the platforms, financial planning improved. Quickly, so marketing index, next slide. This one is the aggregate. The sum is the review financial planning index is significant for the two treatments. And then we have review of financial performance. So people learn from each other how to keep records, to get credit, all these things improved. Has targets for sales. Now they begin to think a little bit about setting targets for sales. Compare sales, has budget of likely costs. So we see these effects on that. So, I mean, the ultimate was for profits for us. Okay, so the ultimate was for profit. At the end line, we see that our intervention, if you see the control group and the treatment group, the effects are much stronger for the treatment group in terms of profit. On average, profit levels are 24% higher for those in the networking arm than the control. Okay. Mechanisms, we try to find out what is driving this collaborations, and what we see is that there's more a shift from friends and relatives to business network. So now I find somebody on a platform to work with, rather than working with my sister. We're likely to work with firms met through network. We see quality perception of business network increase relative to those of family and friends. Now people think that family and friends have low quality in terms of collaborations. All right. So they move to high quality. We see Okay. We see income. People are taking more steps also to collaborate in this two treatment. Let me just summarize the last slide. The long-term impacts. So in the long term, and then I end, in the long term, once we left the groups, we're no longer monitoring the groups or checking up on the groups. Most of them dropped out. Most of them dropped out. And so in the qualitative, we went back to see why they were dropping out. And I think the biggest challenge for all these network, NEIP and co are doing, bringing people on platforms, the biggest challenge is keeping them on the platforms. And how do we do that? Even for educated people, this is the challenge. How do we move from this networking to trying to help those with low education even to build these networks? In the short term, we see profit increase. But in the long term, after a year, if you don't monitor, there are conflicts on the platforms. People begin to drop out, and then the potential benefits are reduced. I heard the question about, do you go back to them to tell them? We call some of them and say that, hey, listen, this is the effect we are seeing. If you guys had stayed on the platform, your profits would have been this high. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next will be joined online.
This is Laura. I cannot hear audio from your end, but I am here. Hi, Benjamin. I'm ready when you are. I have my slides here, but I know you also have them. Got it.
Laura, please go ahead.
Okay, I cannot see my slides, and I'm not sure if you are sharing them or if I should share them myself.
Please share.
Great. Can everyone see?
Yeah, we
my
can
slides?
see.
Good. Great. Good afternoon. It's great to be joining virtually. I'm presenting evidence from work in progress that is joint with Shakil Ahmed from the BRAC Institute of Governance and Development and Rachel Heath at the University of Washington. The motivation for our research project is that low-skill manufacturing jobs provide women in developing countries with opportunities that pay more than their alternatives. So these are kind of good options for women in developing countries, but these jobs are also plagued by inadequate safety and risks associated with high rates of physical and sexual abuse in the workplace, among kind of other issues that may arise related to working conditions. And it's not the case that all firms in kind of low-skill manufacturing sectors are the same when it comes to their working conditions. So in fact, we have work that shows that firms vary quite a lot in the extent to which issues like safety and harassment arise. And we also have previous work in the garment sector in Bangladesh that shows that workers have limited information, both about kind of these non-pecuniary dimensions of working conditions or amenities that firms provide, as well as about things like open jobs, job vacancies at factories nearby to their home. And so this motivated the current study in which we ask whether a randomized hybrid digital and kind of in-person information intervention improves workers' outcomes. And we ask whether the effects of this intervention vary for men and women. And in particular of interest to this conference, we ask whether in a population of garment workers who all have access to cell phones, so more than 99% of both men and women, can women make full use of their cell phones to improve their labor market outcomes? I'm going to dive in to tell you a little bit about the setting before I talk more about our experimental conditions. So our study takes place in Bangladesh in para-urban areas of the capital of Dhaka. And in these areas, we mapped out neighborhoods. We have a total of 270 neighborhoods in our study. And we identified these neighborhoods using admin data and Google Maps. And we wanted to find kind of ways to identify clusters of workers in these areas, which is also where the large majority of garment factories in Bangladesh are located. And so we kind of assume that since we want to provide information, if there's going to be spillovers from this information, they'll mostly be within these neighborhoods. And this is why we use the neighborhood as our level of randomization, and we leave some buffer zone in between. Our study started with a representative survey of over 7,000 garment workers in and around these 270 neighborhoods. And we did this from July to August of 2023. From this representative survey, we recruited the participants for our RCT who were workers in these 270 neighborhoods who had less than 4.5 years of experience in the sector. Today, I'm going to focus, we did the study in 2 rounds. I'm going to focus on the data from the first round, as I mentioned, where it's a work in progress. And that had about 2,800 participants. We have 4 experimental conditions in our study. So our first intervention is to provide information about factories' non-pecuniary amenities, so things like safety, harassment, other workplace issues, relative to other factories nearby. And we did this providing a scorecard that I'll show you in a couple of slides. In our second intervention, we provide workers with information about job openings that month at factories nearby their neighborhood. In our third arm, we provide both a scorecard and the vacancy information. And then finally, we have a control condition. For our 3 treatment arms, we had also provided access to a free hotline with a trained operator who could search and access the same information about factories' non-pecuniary amenities, as well as their vacancies. And arms 1 to 3, and this is kind of the digital component, were also sent text message reminders every time we ran a survey round in advance of the survey, that they could call this hotline and obtain access to the information. So the timeline for our study, as I mentioned, we did the baseline in July, August 23. In September, we went to garment workers' homes and the field team delivered the information intervention, so the vacancy information and the scorecard, and we launched the hotline. From October to December of 23, we sent monthly text message reminders and did monthly phone-based surveys. And then from March 24 to Feb 25, we sent text messages and conducted phone-based surveys on a quarterly basis. We have 4 primary outcomes for the study. So first, we want to understand whether this scorecard in particular causes workers to update their beliefs about the quality of their factory's non-pecuniary amenities relative to other factories near their home. We also study effects on earnings, non-pecuniary amenities, and mobility, so workers' labor market outcomes. But for today, I'm just going to focus on this first outcome. Let me tell you a little bit more about our treatments. So first, in terms of the information about non-pecuniary amenities, the scorecard, we, through kind of more qualitative work and surveys, identified 5 areas that were important to workers: employment practices, opportunities for advancement, relationship with management, safety, and maternity child care amenities. We generated a score for each factory in each of these 5 areas. And we also generated a wage score for each factory. We followed these methods on the slide. I'm not going to kind of go into detail in the interest of time. This is what the scorecard that workers received in person, kind of on paper, actually looked like. And so for all of the factories in 5 kilometers of their house, they saw the overall score for that factory on working conditions as well as on salary. And so they could kind of correspond. These were color coded to the scale at the top to help overcome literacy challenges. And because we were concerned about retaliation from factories, anywhere where you don't see a score means that the factory was below the median in its value for that amenity. But they were ranked in order on the scorecard, so you could still infer something from the order. Now that's on the working condition side, and so all of these workers would then be able to say, oh, you know what, if I'm in factory 1, my factory is actually really great relative to the other factories nearby. In contrast, if I'm in factory 86, I learned that my factory has performed very poorly relative to my other options in this area. In our second intervention, information about vacancies, we ran a coordinated panel survey with about 2,280 factories in these areas. And we collected, in advance of our kind of engagement with workers, information about job openings that month. So this is just a kind of view of what the front page of this pamphlet looks like with the job vacancy information. And this is saying in Bangla how many openings of different types they have, different job types in each factory nearby, and the distance from workers' house. And then for each of these vacancies and factories, we had a detailed page with information about the vacancy. So what the wages were, whether there was overtime, whether the employer had a requirement for minimum education. So the first question we're going to ask today is whether men and women are similarly able to understand the information that we provided them about vacancies and working conditions. And so this table that I'm showing you is the enumerator's assessment of variables related to the respondents' ability to understand. This is when we went that first time in person to give them the physical scorecard and vacancy information. And we see that women, in fact, are rated much lower literacy by the enumerators. And so we might think, okay, well, maybe they could get help from other people. We encouraged other members of the household to attend. And we see that while there are more attendees when the participant is a woman, it turns out this is driven by their children being more likely to attend. So it's not the case that there's someone who's more literate around who could help them understand the information. So we infer from this that literacy is a barrier for women to use information distributed in written format. Now, subsequent to that, we ask, okay, are women and men similarly interested in this written information that we provided? And consistent with what I just showed you, we find that enumerators rate women having lower interest both in the vacancies and in the scorecard. And this is very likely because women are less able to understand it. So there's a very strong positive correlation between respondents' literacy and interest. So we see that where women are less able to learn from these information products that we provide, does that mean that they actually learn less about their factories, not pecuniary amenities and wages? There's a lot going on in this table, so I'm just going to highlight 2 points, focusing on column 2. So the outcome here is how much the respondent updates their belief about their factory. And we're splitting factories into above median performance on the scorecard. That's what this above indicates, and below median performance. And the first two coefficients indicate that men who learn their factory is below median in working conditions update their beliefs negatively about their factory. And then the next two rows in this column, scorecard times female and bold times female, these indicate that while it's not a statistically significant difference, women update their beliefs relatively less than men. In other words, they learn less about their factory from the information that we provide. And consistent with what I've shown so far, we then use data from the hotline that we set up to say, when we send you a text message reminder to call, are women more or less likely to respond to that by actually calling the hotline? And we see that while women are nearly 70% of participants in our sample, they are relatively significantly underrepresented in calls to the hotline. So they only represent about 43% of calls. So to give you the punchline here, we're seeing that even when more than 99% of women and men have access to cell phones, gender gaps remain in their ability to access information being provided in written format via their phone. And this seems to be because lower literacy among women is a key barrier. So we see they learn less from information and are less likely to access additional, so the information from the hotline is verbal. They don't need to be able to read to learn it and use it, but they do need to to remember to call, and so they're less able to respond to these reminders. As I mentioned, this is very early work in progress, so some next steps. Does less learning from information provision translate into smaller effects on women's labor market outcomes? So theoretically, if they update their beliefs less than men, we would expect them to then be less likely to say, try to change factories or to try to pressure their factory owner to improve conditions. And then our second question is whether the rest of our evidence is consistent with this being due to lower access to information, which is what our evidence suggests thus far, but it's also possible we haven't fully ruled out that there could be other explanations, such as women having lower demand for this information. We think this is unlikely to be the case, but of course we need to do our homework and check very thoroughly all these possibilities. So thank you, and happy to take questions.
Thanks, Laura. Smith, please.
Hi everyone. I want to thank the organizers for having this conference here and giving us opportunity to come here. This is an experiment with Advaryu, who is at UCSD, and Anand, who is at University of Michigan, and my colleagues at Good Business Lab. Just to give a brief about Good Business Lab, we are a labor innovation lab. We have our offices in the US, India, and Latin America. And our thesis is that businesses underinvest in workers. And if businesses we try to build products, evidence-based to convince businesses to invest workers more, and to show that it has more return for them in doing so. And this study we are happy that we funded this study along with Gates Foundation, and happy to present the final results for this study. So what we are slightly different context here, where we have low-income workers who are in regular wage employment. So these workers, even though are in labor, they receive their monthly salaries, the salaries are low, so they are still exposed to consumption shocks. And they still have limited access to formal loans, and they rely a lot on informal loans, including their friends, family, and money lenders. And this constant need to get this financial support during shocks leads to psychological risk. Next slide, please. And so I think this, as a theme of this conference, women experience this more because they have less decision making in their households, and also compared to men, they have, like as the first paper said, have smaller networks that leads to limited ability to raise emergency funds, right? And overall greater variety of potential expenditure shock because they experience shocks related to food, children education much more than the men in the households. Next slide, please. Just to kind of give you brief outline from our baseline surveys, these are kind of not adding to 100, but just asking women what kind of shocks they experience and what are the main stresses for them, and kind of if you can see like personal or child related expenses which they can't make are the biggest stresses for them, including kind of their ability to not meet the food expenses, as well as this affecting their and children's health. Next slide, please. So what we are trying to do here is to try to see that current digital financial services help address some of these issues. And the main thesis is that compared to other channel, workplaces, especially former workplaces, are a place where there is synergies of providing this. And they provide on-site support much better at lower cost. And using those, we could kind of advance digital financial services for women workers or workers in general. So for this experiment, what we are going to do is, I'll talk about in detail, but we have kind of developed a earned wage access tool for workers. And next slide, I can just go there and provide details. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Sorry. Next slide, sorry. Yeah, so this is a context with female garment workers. And these, I'll talk about eligibility criteria later. These are the workers who receive their salary on 7th of the month. So this is a larger garment factory, so there's no uncertainty whether my salary will be delayed. So everyone receives their salary on 7th of the month. Worker attendance is tracked through kind of fingerprint biometric, so it's electronic process, and wage processing system is standardized, automated, with checks done to kind of make sure everything's all right. Next slide, please. So just to give you the experimental design, so we have, this is running in one factory with around 2,600 workers, and the eligibility are ever married workers who have been employed at the factory for at least 6 months. And then from them, we kind of like stratify them by household income and economic empowerment, and then kind of get around 408 workers in treatment and 426 in control. Yeah, next slide, please. Just to give you brief how the app looks and how it works. So through biometric, we have integrated this app through the ERP system of the factory. So a worker can go and withdraw up to 50% of their earned wage. And what I mean earned wage is if you work, say, half of the month, based on your salary, we'll calculate how much the company owes you, and 50% of that you could withdraw. You have allowed 3 withdrawals per month, and then between kind of 8 to 28th of a month salary, you can access this. Now, we have talked a lot about how researchers needs to work with policy audience and how it's important for scale up. When you're working and doing experiment with firms, that becomes a necessary condition, because a lot of these conditions were imposed by the firm when we were working with them. They, for example, they're like, we need to start processing our payroll by 1st. So you need to freeze some of these so that we have time to access, right? And kind of we wanted to give to everyone. They're like, you can't give it to everyone. You have to give it to only people with tenure more than 6 months, right? And as a researcher, you have to collaborate with them. And one of the things that we have done, which is important for financial literacy, is we have talked through our previous 2 presentation, is these are a lot of women who are, their digital literacy is low. So what we have done is we have built this app on the factory floor. We, as a part of this, we do training for women, how to use the app, This is in their local languages, but we also have a support staff near the factory so that women who come and don't know how to use will be guided through use of this, right? So we wanted to make sure that everybody, this is accessible. Next slide, please. And this is what the thing looked like. One of the things we did was we didn't even ask them to enter their ID password for the security. We printed a QR code, gave it to everyone so they can just scan the QR code, access their account, and this is how the dashboard looks. Next slide, please. So I mean the treatment is worker are provided access to EWA platform, and the control workers just go business as usual. Yeah. Is this the right presentation? Sorry, next slide. I'll just skip. So let's, so we are doing bunch of surveys. So the survey, we start with baseline survey in March 2023. The intervene, and that includes kind of baseline survey for workers. And one of the things that it takes long is we have to go survey of workers in factory, which takes time. So it's trickling surveys. What we're doing is to get frequency around every few months we are asking short high frequency surveys so that we get multiple high quality rounds, and the intervention period is August 23 to like September 23 to September 24. Yeah, next slide please. Next slide please. Next. I'm going to skip this. Next please. Can we go to results? Next. Next. Okay. Yeah, so just to give how the applications are working, we had around 34% of women in all our sample using this at least once, and overall we have around average size is around $16.5. Just to give a context, the average monthly salary is around $125. So this is what people are withdrawing. Next slide please. This just shows that how people are withdrawing and why they are withdrawing it. So whenever workers are withdrawing from app, we are also asking why are withdrawing. Lot of the use case, and you will see this in results, is to repay loans. So for example, a lot of people have informal loans which are then borrowed through their savings group or self-help groups there, and if the payment is due, they are just, instead of by like getting money from their friends, family to pay, they're using this service to kind of repay those loans, as well as children and medical needs. One thing you could see on the first chart is that the proportion varies, and that's important because if you see November, third month, which is the lowest month, that's where they got their bonuses for the year, and that's where you see low usage. Next slide please. So we just look at heterogeneity by app usage, and we clearly see that women with lower asset index are using this app more frequently. Women who at the baseline reported difficulty in raising emergency fund are using this app, and also women who usually borrow from high interest informal sources will kind of reports higher usage. Also, women with very young children report higher usage. So just indicating women who are more likely to experience shocks or have less ability to raise money are using this more. Next slide, please.
You have 5 minutes.
Yeah. So just to get to the results, so we see these are 33% reduction in borrowing from informal sources for women. So as you see in the app usage, women are kind of substituting away from informal sources and try to use this as a main thing. And next slide, please. Hello, next slide, please. Did we miss a slide? Can you go back? Yeah, so the main thing that's happening through this, the great thing about this is secured and certain, right? So that you see women represent now 20% lower likelihood of reducing their usual monthly expenditure due to shortage of funds. And then also in surveys, they're 31% less likely to report difficulty in making ends meet. So the way this is addressing is this, we are working through liquidity channel on this, where the salary isn't changing, but just making this the salary more accessible is allowing them to navigate shocks better. Next slide, please. And one of the worry we had was whether this changes their financial discipline. We don't see any kind of negative effect on workers, on regretful spending of workers, right? So it's not kind of, they're using it to cover shocks rather than just some negative impact of this on them. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. And the main thing for us is what is there for firms which is providing this. We see 20% reduction in worker like being present, less absent in the factory. So combination of attrition and absenteeism, where you can see as the treatment goes, workers are more likely to be in the job. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. And one of the main thing we find, we have a subsample of workers where they're individual productive, and these workers are more productive, about 7.5% more productive. Next slide. And what we see, if you see the heterogeneity, all the results are driven by workers who have report high baseline financial distress. So the mechanism we see is the workers who are more financial distress find this ability to navigate shock better, and then they're able, and that kind of reduces in kind of gives productivity boost. Yeah, just next slide. Next slide. So I had a one slide there which is I think not here, but I think one of the results from worker surveys that show is the women empowerment, all the indices. The only thing where we find impact is where women report more confidence in raising money. But also there's another results where they find they're more likely, they feel that they might be more likely to be exploited for financial reasons by family. So this too kind of shows that they're able to navigate things better, they have more confidence, but they also are afraid now that they will be exploited, because they can now, if there's a financial shock, people will come to them more often. So I think just to summarize, we think that it's important that we can distinguish the impact of liquidity, which is a important thing for our study, but the other part is that we build a business case for businesses to kind of do this, where businesses have incentive to kind of provide these services which helps workers, but in the turn kind of get return benefit in terms of less attrition, less absenteeism, higher productivity, which kind of itself pays for the service. And we have rough backup done for ROI calculation. It's this pays for itself in less than 3 to 4 months for firm. Thank you.
Thanks, Smith, for that. I will now open the floor for Q&A in case you have any question. I will start with the gentleman in the middle there, and then we'll come for you, Prof.
Please, thank you very much. My name is Ales Henrisu from Cooperative Agency for Research and Development. My question goes to the organizers and also the presenters. As we all know here, we have two types of presentations here so far since yesterday. One is either a challenge for solution or a solution for scalability. Now, my question is, we've gotten all that. How do we ensure that? Thank you.
Prof, it was here. Excuse me. It's this one.
Yeah, thank you very much. Another set of comprehensive studies. But mine goes to Osasiedu, right? You've spoken so far about what worked, the networks and all the, what didn't work? Trust, for instance, is a major problem when it comes to business network, and I didn't see you talk about mistrust. I didn't see you talk about what really didn't work and what did you do to address them. Thank you.
One more, and then we take, yeah, it's there.
Good morning. My name is Amanda, representing Melexa Foundation. So mine goes to Professor Edu's presentation. So it's not a question, but I'm adding on. I think the use of family and friends, they tend to slow down business. So sometimes, not always the case. So it happens that people, female entrepreneurs, do not really want to rely on family and friends because you call them and then they come at the time that they please. Yes, even when you are motivating with money. So people would prefer to network outside. But just as was said in the presentation, females are not able to network in the opposite, with the opposite sex more. Because especially in our setting, if you're a married woman getting close to someone, it raised a lot of red flags. I don't know of other cultures, but I think in our setting, we can relate. It's one of the challenges. And then bringing on board people who are not in tune with your objective towards your work, it draws down, it slows down your business. So it makes it difficult for female entrepreneurs to network. I don't know if I'm making sense with my statement here, because sometimes you think you have your dream and you know the way it should go, but somebody else may not really believe in what you're about. And so sharing these ideas, of course, they bring in more information, they give you direction on where to go, how to start, what turn you can do, where to seek help and support. But again, there are times that the pull me down factor is there. So I think it's more of a hindrance. And so people are not able to come out and give out their best. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to take on?
All right, so thank you so much for all the questions. I think it's also a point for reflection for all of us, why some of the female collaborations are not working. So Prof's question, I think the scale-up question you can take. So Prof's question, yes, it was a very ambitious project we started. If you bring people onto platforms, and we are sharing this resource also with NEIP because they are building a lot of platforms. The beginning, people are a bit reserved. Okay, so they join the platform, they become reserved, and you have to try to nudge them to talk or to act. You know, people feel that what they say doesn't matter. There are a lot of friction, and if you're not careful, a few people will hijack the groups. So they are talking, putting everything there, and others are not. So that is one of the first things. So we started saying that every week, you have to put what you have done so that we encourage participation. We collected a lot of data. I just didn't have time. We had even enumerators on each platform from the first 3 weeks just to monitor what is said. And then we get the text on what they discuss, which we also analyze later on. What the trust issue was a big issue in terms of somebody copying me. Right. So we had two things. There are people who prefer to be in collaboration with people in the same sector. There are people who don't want to be on the group with people in the same sector. And when we engaged, they said in the same sector, they will steal my idea. Right. So then I'm very reluctant to put. And for some of them, it's also not trust. It's just that I feel that I will learn more from somebody doing another business than the same business. So there was a bit of trust mixed up with insecurity, somebody going to pick my. And so that is the way we analyze some of these things, even qualitatively, to add. The bigger problem was after 3 years, they've been on the platform, and then you walk away. And then people just... if they don't trust again, or you have to continuously, they keep the numbers. They still call each other, we call them, they call those that like the lady said, you are at the same level with. You know, they pick people that they can do business with the long term. Somebody is producing kente in Bonre, sending it to a supplier who is exporting. So these networks are there. It's just how to make sure that the platforms stay for a longer time. And that is something that we are also thinking about. What else do we do to keep people interested in these platforms to have the effect? One of it is telling them what the results are. And hopefully they stay. And another is making a conscious effort. But we are still thinking through. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. I can try to take a stab at the scale question. I mean, everybody in development probably that's the holy grail for everyone, right? But I think some of the learnings from this, right? So when there are two aspects, right? I'm showing you quantitative results from this. The biggest revealed preference results is the firm. So we showed the results from where we did experiment in one factory. This firm has 60 other factories, right? And now they want to, when we started, we had to struggle to find one factories. We had to write to Kim multiple times to get extension because of that. But once, and we found a factory which was cooperative to operate, but once now that we have run this study and we are like, hey, our money's up, we can't continue. They are now asking, what can we do as a factory, and we'll take everything, don't take this away. And now the factory input has gone to the firm leadership and they want to expand it to everywhere, right? So I think it's some of these, especially in firm context, it's an experiential good where firms like other people are afraid of trying new things. And if research or funders can provide this first use case for them, let them experience how it works, then it's more likely to scale. There will be barriers there again, but I think especially in firm context where they have incentive, profit motives to improve their bottom lines, in those cases, kind of these pilots where they have not just researchers telling that input, but workers saying, hey, we value this, or even others value them, as more potential to scale. But yeah.
Probably we can take two or more other questions, and I'll take the latitude of asking mine. My question to okay, we'll get back to that. So for Laura, your results show that women did not change their opinion around the factories that is in the localities. Could it be that the case that the women in your sample was slightly more pessimistic, such that the floor is a bit sticky and not responsive to information? And then with that, then to Smith, one option is that you are exploring is trying to improve liquidity and support short-term consumption. There is a trade-off, again, on building long-term goals or enabling these women to take up bigger long-term opportunities. Is it possible for the same platform to kind of automatically do deductions rather than just supporting day-to-day consumption, but it's a long-term commitment to build savings, which you know it's a strong case for women empowerment. Other than that, one more or two more questions, I would go with, yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm Shifang. I'm a PhD student at The Ohio State and visiting IPA this summers. I have a question to Laura. This is a very interesting and amazing interventions. My question is on the job dynamics effect of these interventions, because with scorecards and outlines, I'm imagining the vacancy filling rates would be much higher for the firms, and it's much easier for the workers to find the jobs. So I'm kind of concerning, or just curious, whether there's any firm behavior changes, like they post jobs more frequently, or there's more like a worker turnovers or churning that's going through on the worker side. Thank you so much.
We can have him, and then, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. My question goes to Dr. Esiedu, if I got the name right. I'm just curious, did you ask these entrepreneurs their needs before coming out with the platform? Right, you were talking about sustainability, and it's obvious if you're on a platform and your needs are not being met, the rational thing is to what? Exit. And also, I would rather suggest that you find out from them, because we know they have their own networks, right? So you rather find out from them and you, with regards to their existing networks, and rather build on that to create that platform. Because if we assume that they are not having their own networks, that will not be the reality on the ground. And they are using a lot of technology. In the last studies I did with workers in Abosokai, right? They are connecting all the way to Lagos, asking colleagues, females, asking for spare parts. They'll just take the picture, WhatsApp, do you have this, can you transport it? Or they'll put it on their platform, who has this product? So if they have existing networks, which is working for them, and they are getting their profits. And the other thing that I also want to find out from you is to, what are the drivers? What is motivating the networking? As Prof mentioned, trust is one, but we know others are also organizing along kinship ties, ethnicity. Still in the Abosokan area, you talk about people from the same area, the Kweu guys organizing, Nigerians are there. So all these dynamics are very, very important if for a network to work, and I think you have to consider all that.
Do you want to, Laura, do you want to respond and then speak?
Sure. Thank you, Elijah. I can start with your question, which is a great question. So you asked whether women may already have had more negative beliefs about their factories, working conditions relative to men, and so there might have been less scope for them to update their beliefs downward. And that's a completely great question and point. And we did check, and we do see in the data that, in fact, women have ex ante, they have more optimistic beliefs than men about their factories' non-pecuniary amenities. So they're actually more likely to so all workers overestimate the amenities that their factory provides. They think their factory is better relative to other factories nearby than it actually is. And in fact, women are more likely to do this relative to men. And this may be, there could be a lot of reasons why, but one might be because they have less access generally to information for all of the reasons that we're talking about. But theoretically, in kind of a normal belief updating model, this means we'd expect the women to actually update their beliefs more than the men, right? And so it is the fact that they don't, would be kind of surprising in that lens. But again, may speak to the fact that it's harder for women to learn from our information because of literacy challenges that are higher for women than men. I will also mention, of course, there's other reasons why we could find that women don't update their beliefs as much. It could be the case that women and men are in factories with kind of different levels of working conditions to begin with, and that men are kind of or learning they're in worse factories. But that also doesn't seem to be the case. It seems men and women are in fairly similar factories in terms of their conditions. And then there could be other explanations that we need to explore as well. But we do think that it's likely, once we do all of these checks, that we'll still find an important role for differential literacy barriers for women.
Thank you, Laura. Just
yeah.
1 minute and we're done.
Yeah, so on that question, so we did ask questions about the networks they had before. So we had baseline data on those who belong to networks, the type of networks. Some are even church networks. There are all manner of networks where they work, the neighborhood that they work. But you can also agree with me that if somebody is in Tamale and has that networks, the ability to be on a network with somebody in Accra is huge. right? But it doesn't come organically for a female business that their mobility is high. Abosokai may be a special case where you have people traveling across to networks. So we have the data. In the regression models that we show, we control for the baseline, like whether or not you were in a network, is it a professional network, is it a social network, those parts. But we kind of do that. In terms of the need, we do a need assessment. I mean, for a firm in Ghana, the number one need is capital, credit. So in the long run, when people are on platforms, they are also hoping that they get loans, right? And that will be one of the things that we may want to check in the future. Having a treatment group that gets the network and also gets access to credit, and we could compare how long these groups stay on or combine with other needs to understand. But one of the big things, even with some of the groups, of course, so Doc, is it only the networking? Can't we get something? Okay, can't you link us to a bank? The legal people call us and say, I have a case, can you? So there are also relationships beyond, but this is the kind of a first step to get to know how network works. And we are exploring also all these the groups that are coming, all these hubs that are coming. What can we study with them and leverage? So I'm very happy to discuss further.
Thank you. Help me, please appreciate these great presenters this afternoon. Well done. I think over to you, sir. We need to take us a picture.
Please, let's show them some love. I think they've done a good work. All right. We'll break for lunch, but before then, let's pick the following announcement. Right after lunch, we are not coming back here. We are going to the breakout session, and we are using 3 rooms. Okay, I think here is one of the rooms, and then there's a room just behind here, and then another one at where we had a snack. And so, breakout room 1 will be chaired by Henry Telly. He is going to chair breakout room 1, and that is here. And we are looking at digital finance services. So that is please let me. All right. So the main hall here is the digital finance services, and the other side on my right here, my right, is agriculture here, the room here, and that is going to be chaired by Mr. Salifu Amadou. And the third one is health, the one here on my left, health, that will be chaired by Mr. Alex Saki. Mr. Alex Saki. So please, we won't come back here. We will rather move to our various breakout rooms. And so pick where you want to join. We have digital finance, we have agriculture, and then we have health. Digital finance is here. Agriculture is there, and then health here. Please, we have 40 minutes for lunch. 40 minutes for lunch. So right after that, we move to our various breakout rooms. Thank you very much. And the breakout session takes exactly 1 hour. Exactly 1 hour. So please, chair for the various breakout rooms. Take note of that. Thank you.
Please, can you
Hello,
give me
Monica.
can you please give me access to share my slides, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Wait, sorry. So Benjamin is not around currently. We are on lunch break. I think but I'll let him know that you need his assistance so that after the lunch break you just come back and then attend to you.
Okay, he sent a message that you're a bit behind and you start at 1:40. I have to leave at exactly 2. I told this to the organizers, so I don't know what is going to happen.
Okay. All right. I'll just get him for you right now.
All right, thanks.
Hi, Monica. This is Pakinam.
Hi, Buckingham. I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing well.
Really need to be out of this place by 2. So I don't know if
By 2. Yeah, I think it should be fine if you can present your slides and
okay. I don't have access to I can't share my slides, so if you are able to give me access, that would be great.
sure. I will ask Ben to help with that for the slides sharing.
Okay, I think I've just been made a co-host. Let me try and okay, I can share my screen now. Thanks.
It's working now. Okay. Thank you so much, Monica, and sorry for the delay.
Mm-hmm.
Recording stopped.